What I want you to know is that Lisa Lake is not a Red Cross volunteer, so her opinions and her position is not from a Red Cross position, but her personal position and her experience working overseas and within her country in working with dead clothing. And I'm going to ask a few open-ended questions, Lisa. I hope that's okay with you. Um,
Absolutely.
I gave her such strict instructions. I said, please, no slides with too many words on them. And she's been amazing. So I just always feel like we're so virtually overwhelmed that it's always nice to hear a person rather than see all the slides. In any case, she has a surprise for you. Um, and also, I wanted to welcome you because Lisa Lake, I heard about from another person who's very interested in environmental justice and also having to do with uh, the climate crisis, because he was talking about how the invisible things are happening that we don't even know about, that really affect what happens with the weather, but also affect um, sometimes the invisible cultures of the indigenous people. And it's always important to note that what we do personally, each one of us does affect our environment and does affect what happens around the world. And so in this discussion group, every other month, we focus on the climate crisis. And Lisa Lake is this month um, our representative in speaking, and she was very recommended by another man who's spoken worldwide about the environment, named Tim Gotchinoff, and he said, "What a good choice you could have having Lisa speak." So, Lisa has traveled around the world and has seen things primarily in Tanzania, I believe it was, that
Yep.
affected the environment around, and also she's worked in creating a Department of Excellence in sustainability and fashion in the environment in Australia. And I may have totally misconstrued her title, but she's created one of the very first departments that really looks at sustainable fashion. In other words, she's getting um, new people, new youth who are going to look at how they can make things not out of synthetics, but out of sustainable materials. So I've asked her to talk about her personal journey. Like, how did you end up when you were in high school? What did you think you wanted to be? And where are you now? And what's the journey from that position in high school to what have you done since then? And what made you decide to go into this industry in particular? And then talk about what you wanted to talk about in terms of dead clothing. Yeah.
Great. Um, Thank you so much, Jill, for the invitation. I really am honored to be speaking to all of you today. Before I talk too much, I wanted to first acknowledge that I'm coming to you from the land of the Gamaragal people who live on who resided on the north shore of Sydney Harbour in Australia, and I work on the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, which is where Sydney, Australia, is situated currently. In Australia, we regularly do an acknowledgement of country to honor the traditional owners of the land, the Indigenous peoples, and honor the knowledge that comes from them. So I wanted to offer my respect to their elders, past and present, today. Um, so thank you for having me, Jill. Going to that first question, I'll just speak before I share any slides about my own personal journey. The short version is, in high school, no, I had no idea that this is where I was going to end up. I had aspirations, like so many people, of becoming a marine biologist. That didn't pan out for a variety of reasons. I ended up getting a degree in marketing and business. And it was that work. I did work in advertising and design for some consumer goods, brands that you'd be very familiar with, like Mrs. Fields, Coke, Nestle, and it was that kind of job that actually brought me to Australia and enabled me to stay. And once I was here is when I kind of became even more involved in the environmental movement, and I will talk about that a little bit more. But it's been a very leapfrogging journey from, growing up. I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, so I still was surrounded by natural beauty, which is a real privilege, and I think it really gets into your being when you're just literally surrounded by that natural beauty. It feels quite normal then to want to care for the land and look after it. But I thought, if it's all right, Jill, I do have slides, so I'm going to share some pictures with the group because I just find I'm better showing, not better, but I enjoy showing slides. Can you see that? Just give me maybe a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Yeah. So this is the picture actually that led Jill to me, I believe. I posted this picture on LinkedIn a couple of months ago, and it went like mini viral on LinkedIn, which was a big surprise to me. But for people who don't spend their days thinking about clothing and sustainability, I can see why it's quite shocking. And what I wrote on the post is that there was this new image that was taken from space, so just taken from a satellite that had gone up, and it's showing the enormous amount of waste in Chile's Atacama Desert. And it's I was already aware of textile waste issues, but in this particular part of Chile, there's 60,000 tons of used garments that arrive in the local port every year, and more than half of them end up in the landfill because it's just simply too many. There's too many clothes that can't be sold or used in other ways. And due to the high percentage of polyester and synthetics that are now in so many of our garments, the clothing really will take centuries to biodegrade, and during that time will leach chemicals into the land and the water where the clothing is being dumped. According to one news report by the BBC, there's an annual burning of this particular textile landfill, to manage the size. But again, because of the chemicals used in our clothing, it does put some toxic pollutants into the air and is a concern for the health of the residents of this region. And I think this is touching on what Jill had mentioned earlier, that just as we know that the impacts of the climate change crisis are most harshly felt by people who did not cause the problems in the first place. It's largely developing and indigenous nations that are being impacted by the climate crisis. The textile waste crisis is just another facet of that. We don't have a huge landfill filled with textiles outside my neighborhood, but different countries who are using this as an income source are the ones that are really faced with having to deal with all of that waste. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, so please excuse me. So it's not just in Chile that we're seeing this, as Jill mentioned, and I'll show a picture later. I saw some of this firsthand in Tanzania, in Eastern Africa, and Ghana is another region that is widely known for having textile waste issues. And basically what it's referred to often in Ghana and in Kenya and Tanzania as dead white men's clothes. So it's because it is the clothing that's coming from developed nations being imported into these countries. And according to the UN, every second there is a garbage truck size amount of textiles burned somewhere around the world, because there's just so much. We're creating way too many clothes. So, many of us, oh yeah, is there a question already? I'm happy to take questions.
Larissa, did you raise your hand? Or was that by mistake?
Completely by accident. I was trying
Okay.
with the emojis.
Okay, awesome. All good. Just checking. So anyway, a friend had originally shared this picture with me, and she's like, Lisa, you should put this on LinkedIn, and I did, and it was also just a good reminder for me as somebody who works in the field to like continually keep in touch with the latest news, because I think for a lot of people in whatever your particular area of expertise is, you could get comfortable thinking you know everything, and then it's nice to be reminded visually sometimes, at least for me, that this is why I need to stay on top of the latest statistics and kind of give me a little boost of motivation to keep going. So I guess I'm kind of going back a little bit now to talk about, how I got from where I came, to this current career that I have created for myself. Really and truly, the movie An Inconvenient Truth changed my life completely. I think it probably came at a time when I was already questioning what I was doing with my life and my work. I was already not satisfied with selling goods to people, and was seeking some additional purpose, which feels so self-indulgent, talking to a room full of people who work and volunteer with the Red Cross. So I am so aware of that. But it really did kind of shake me up. And as a result of that, I kind of spiraled. That's why I like this graphic. It's got the little spiral. I spiraled into this, like, really questioning everything about the way that I was living my life. I had thought I was being a responsible citizen by putting out my recycling without really understanding the huge systemic problems behind it. So I did leave my job in the branding world, and I went back and did some more studies, and I did a lot of self-education as well into climate change and the environment more general. Long story short, eventually I completed my master's degree and wrote this book, Sustainability with Style, which was really it's like an eco memoir detailing, how I transitioned to living an environmental lifestyle without completely changing who I kind of felt that I was. Because while the whole book is certainly not about fashion, it talks about food, changes I made to my diet, the way that I shop for food, how I clean my house, choosing renewable energy. It really was covering all sorts of things. At the time, I first published this in 2012, so over 10 years ago. I really did love fashion. I still love it, but I enjoyed expressing myself that way. And especially back then, there were so few options for sustainable fashion that I felt quite limited in what I could do. And I wanted to just share with people what it was like. As a result of writing this book, I was able to meet a whole lot of people, which was incredible. I was kind of enveloped by the local growing sustainable fashion movement here in Australia. Some amazing designers who were really, doing the hard work. They really are doing the hard work of creating new fibers, testing new materials, changing the way clothing is designed so that there's less waste to begin with. And I also did a lot of community talks, a lot of community engagement, hosting clothes swaps, hosting op shop tours. I don't think it's called op shops in the US, but like going to charity stores and secondhand clothing markets and taking people through there to encourage them to buy secondhand clothes and learn how to style them. And just talking to a whole group of people, wide group of people, from high school students to business people to just concerned citizens through local government groups. One of the things that I did was as I mentioned, I was kind of welcomed into the sustainable fashion world that was developing here in Australia. It was quite small back then, still pretty small now. But four of us joined together to create a group that we called Clean Cut. And what we did was come together to bring the first sustainable fashion show to Sydney Fashion Week. So these are some of the photos It's from 2014. So there you can see me. That was my first time on TV. Very exciting for anybody, nerve-wracking. But it was just our way of kind of overcoming those barriers of what people thought of sustainability and sustainable fashion, especially back then, wanting to challenge those assumptions that it's Hessian sacks and dull colors and kind of shapeless frocks. Those really were the assumptions back then. For some people still now, but it has changed a lot, especially in the last 5 years. So we had 8 different designers come and show at this fashion show. You can see, you know, we've set it up like any other fashion show, and even to get into the program at Fashion Week is quite a lengthy procedure. You have to essentially apply and show in advance, you know, what are the looks that you're going to have there, so that the Fashion Week organizers are confident you're not going to damage their reputation by putting things that they don't think are fashionable on the runway. But happily, we proved everybody wrong and had some really incredible looks. And it was really all done on the back of just all of us wanting to make change, volunteering our time. We got some PR donated to us. Everything was donated. The gallery space was donated, the flowers. The only thing we had to pay for, ironically, was to be in Fashion Week. There's quite a big fee to actually just be in Fashion Week. You need to pay. So they weren't giving us any favors. They reluctantly let us in, but happily we showed them what was possible. And we were invited back for the next few years to run some talks and panel sessions at Fashion Week. So that felt really exciting. And then from there, I wanted to do some more research. That's when I started my PhD, because I felt like there was so much emphasis on individual consumer behavior change, which is of course important, but when you're talking about the fashion industry, there's only so much individual shoppers can change, and I wanted to really understand the system as a whole. So it was after that I went and did some more research and studied and just kind of got a lot more in depth into my expertise, I suppose, in this space. And so now this is what Jill was referencing now. I'm the director of the Center of Excellence in Sustainable Fashion and Textiles at a university here in Australia called the University of Technology, Sydney. And we're running this center in partnership with a vocational school called TAFE, New South Wales. And we're very new. We're, you know, a year and a bit new. So our mission is really to transform the industry through education and research. We've just launched our first, we just wrapped our first short course, Intro to Fashion Sustainability, and we're developing up a number of others that will come out next year. And in the meantime, we're talking with local fashion brands to do some research with them around circular business practices and new production methods that I won't go into the details, but happy to answer questions about it, but I won't go into any details at the moment. So anyway, please follow us if you're interested in knowing more. And then just quickly to come back to the issue of dead clothes or textile waste. What's happened and why we find ourselves in this period of having so many clothes is, as you can see here, the amount of clothing that is being produced is just growing exponentially. So since 2000, we've doubled the amount of clothing that is being produced every year. That's greatly outstripping population growth and everything else. World GDP is on here, as you can see. And at the same time, the average number of times an item is worn has gone down by 36%. So, I mean, you certainly don't have to be an expert to have noticed the changes in the fashion system if you just kind of regularly are out at the shopping center or on Instagram. You're noticing the churn and the change of styles. It's really the fast fashion business model has infiltrated everywhere. And it's really led to this change in the amount of clothing that is created. At the same time, and I don't have a graph for this today, but at the same time, what we're seeing is to fill this growth, we're not using natural fibers, we're using synthetic fibers. So the amount of synthetic materials like polyester or nylon or elastane that's really what's filling that gap and making the growth even higher. You can make those textiles quite cheaply. And when they're designed for less than 10 wears, which is what most fast fashion items are designed to be, you don't really care about the quality and the longevity, but you do care about the cost if you're a fashion business. And as mentioned before, there's just huge problems using fossil fuel-based materials in our clothes from an environmental perspective, and at the beginning from the extraction perspective, but also at the end when we're trying to deal with those clothes. So essentially, we're making more things, we're wearing them for less time, and we're disposing of them quite quickly. I'm mostly familiar with what's happening in Australia in terms of where the clothing is going, but at the end of life, more than half of the clothes are just going straight to landfill, and then the things that are being donated, similar to in the US, where I know most of you are joining from today. These statistics are from the US. Only 1/3 to 1/5 of all clothing that is donated to those charity stores actually gets used in the country in which it was donated. So again, there's a huge volume coming through. And so when the shops in the US and Australia and Europe become inundated with these donations, what they end up doing is keeping the best stuff for themselves to sell, to earn money. If things are completely unusable, they'll often get turned into rags or maybe shredded and turned into insulation or filling for furniture. And then another portion of that gets exported into various developing countries. So this is a picture I took in Tanzania. This is back in 2012. Yep, back in 2012. And I remember just being astonished at the size of this market. It was about the size of a football field, and just stall after stall of perfectly good quality clothing. I mean, it was really overwhelming to see. You could see Converse sneakers hanging there, and so many designer brands of jeans and denim were available for sale. Much of it was barely worn, in such good condition. But again, there's just so much coming through. And it's really, in addition to the problems of dealing with the waste that I've talked about before, it's also really impacted the culture of many of these places. The local textile and fashion industries are greatly impacted by the arrival of this cheap secondhand Western clothing, because you really can buy these donations. I mean, they were donated originally, but they're being purchased by these importers, and you can just buy this clothing for so much less than you can buy new traditional clothing in a lot of these countries. So it's having an effect on the culture of these many of these places as well. And then I just wanted to share a few more photos. These are from Ghana. I took the pictures from an article in The Guardian, and this is the world's largest secondhand clothing market. It's the Kantamanto markets in Accra, and every single day leaving these markets is 100 tons of garment waste every single day. They really just have too much coming to them. About 30% of that is collected by the city and gone through the kind of the approved landfill, I suppose, and then the other 70% just gets illegally dumped wherever they can dump it, and ultimately will, of course, find its way to waterways and out into the ocean, polluting beaches and other parts of the world. So just like any waste, there's really no way, there's nowhere for it to go. And the more that we keep creating, the more, you know, these different communities have to deal with the waste that we are creating here. So anyway, these are my, after giving you all the depressing information, I did just want to share some very final advice if you're thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, what can I do? I really have moved away from kind of giving people a checklist of what types of materials to look for, because it really is overwhelming. And even, you know, somebody like myself who studies this, I'm continually overwhelmed by the different types of materials. So my best advice still is just to buy only what you really love and that you'll know you'll wear. That's something that I found in my own PhD research, but really think about, is it appropriate for your lifestyle? Like if you, it just, everybody's life is so different, and your work life is different and will dictate what you wear, and it will be different to your neighbors. And so it's really just what suits your lifestyle and what do you really love and you'll actually wear. Buy the best quality you can afford. And really, this doesn't have to mean you're spending a fortune if you know what to look for. So if you know how to look at the seams and to feel the thickness of a fabric, you can learn those skills about seeking out quality. Equally important is tailoring garments to fit your body. This isn't something that, you know, we do in the kind of current market. We don't tend to do this, but it's so important. Again, if something fits you properly and it's comfortable, you're going to keep it for longer. So, I mean, not just comfortable, but you look and you feel your best in it. So it's so important to make friends with a tailor. And then mend, repair, properly clean and care for your clothing so that it does stay, you know, you keep it as long as you want to have it. And once you are not in love with it anymore, or you've changed shape and it doesn't fit, just try and rehome as much as possible, whether that's through a clothes swap or selling through local, you know, selling through Facebook Marketplace or other local markets, and then recycle when you can't. So again, I'm more familiar with what's available in Australia, but there are some textile recyclers that do the right, that really know how to address what's coming to them and recycle it properly. So, and then those are just my personal Instagram handle and my work Instagram handle. So I will stop sharing my screen so I can see all of you again. Thank you for putting up with my slides. And yes, so thank you so much. So I will leave it there for questions.
Brad, go for it.
So a couple of things. What would it look like if it was sustainable, if the fashion industry was sustainable? The reason I ask that is fashion shows occur every year. And as long as you keep telling people, this is what you got to wear this year, and in 12 months, it's not going to be fashionable anymore, now you got to wear this, I don't see an end to this dilemma. It's driven by this human need to keep up with the Joneses, to only wear what's current and quote unquote fashionable, which seems to change all the time. I mean, I'm 72. I remember bell bottoms. You know, I bought bell bottoms.
And they're coming back, Brad. They're back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I got rid of them all. You know, that's the. I mean, unfortunately, also my stomach expanded a little from when I was 18 back then. But could you sort of paint the picture for, if you could wave a magic wand and solve this problem, what would that look like? What would have to change?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I'm going straight for the hard question. I appreciate it, though. And this really is the big question that I grapple with, and my colleagues and I grapple with all the time, because we know the system is broken. And I wish Fashion Week was just once a year. It's multiple times a year. So if I was to kind of wave my magic wand, first of all, the clothes that were designed would be the companies that are making the clothes would always be responsible for them. So there's some kind of regulations coming into play, which I am really excited about, actually, where there would need to be repairs given to those clothes. So it would be more like you're forming a relationship with the person who designed and made the clothes, rather than this purely transactional, you make it, I buy it, and then we're done with each other. So creating clothes that are designed to last longer and be repaired, and once you are done, or maybe you've outgrown them, that they get taken back by the company to be, mended or tailored or remade again. This is very utopian, but I mean, this is where we have to go. There's literally no other way around this. We are going to hit a limit of resources available to produce anything, let alone fashion. So fashion companies have a real challenge ahead of them to think, how can they truly make a circular business model where they're not using new materials over and over. So for me, a lot of it is that that repair, the mending, the taking things back, and certainly slowing down the system. And really, I didn't talk about it because it's not what we're here to talk about today, but this has also only been possible the way we've created so much waste because we're not paying people a living wage who are creating our clothes. So again, if we actually went back and paid everybody a living wage to create our clothes, the price would go up, and it should go up. I shouldn't be able to buy a t-shirt for $2. I just shouldn't. And so if we do the hard work of kind of breaking these systems that have been created, then hopefully we'll get closer. Thanks.
Thank you.
Before Gabriella goes on, I would just like to mention, you mentioned very briefly, but it does affect the international community. Many of the people who create the low income clothing are human trafficked.
Yeah.
And people don't realize that. And human trafficking is a major issue worldwide, even in the United States. Huge millions and millions of people are human trafficked. And people don't realize that. And I think that's so in part of an integral part of the fashion industry. And only one other thing I was going to say, we have the same carbon footprint. Fashion has the same carbon footprint as the transportation industry, the airlines, and for instance, the air transportation and the ships. It has the same. I think it's 10% of the total carbon footprint. Anyway, Gabriella, I'd love to hear from you, and then Robert and Larissa. Gabriella, do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yeah, thank you. Hi. Are there any personal sustainable clothing brands that you would recommend, or ones that have good long-lasting materials?
Yes. So I'm assuming you're in the US.
Yes.
I feel like can I do this one via email later, because I feel like there's so many that I don't want to do anybody injustice. But one place that you could start is there's an app called Good On You, like Good On You, and you can search for example, you could put your one of your favorite brands in there, and it tells you how they rate on environment, animal welfare, and human rights. And then they'll recommend other brands for you. So for example, if it's not a great one, it'll recommend other brands for you to look at. And otherwise, like one of the most exciting brands, and again, it really depends on what kind of clothes you're looking for, but there's a brand called Pangaea, spelled like, maybe I see my mate Nat is in here. Maybe she can put a link for Pangaea. They use a lot of amazing materials and create new materials out of things like fiber. Sorry, yeah, thanks, Kat and Jack. There's really just so many now, to be honest. So what I look for, truthfully, it's early here. What I like to do is look for, if you can look for something that's 100% of a particular fiber, that's one of the best things you can do, because it's going to be it's recyclable at the end of its life. Right now, we we're very limited in recycling back to fiber anything that's of a mixed material. But if it's all 100% cotton, 100% wool, even 100% polyester, it means you can recycle that back into a fiber and textile again. So I usually look for 100% cotton or wool if it's for like a work or everyday purpose. But I will get you a list of other things in an email.
That sounds perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you, Jill. Another great program as usual. My question is this, it's more of a comment than a question. This seems to play into the total Western concept of consumption and immediate gratification. I mean, it's not just the fashion industry, but like the cell phone industry, we hear there's tremendous amounts of cell phone waste, which is basically lethal waste, because of the chemicals and stuff. I mean, so can you comment on that? I mean, is it just a Western concept of just like buying today? Oh, next year there's a new iPhone, so I have to get it. I mean, is that part of this mindset, by the way?
Yeah, thanks so much for your comment. Absolutely, it's part of the Western consumer mindset, and it's all gone on hyperdrive in the last kind of decade, especially where we have really seen a huge increase in the speed at which people are buying new things and disposing of all types of goods, as you mentioned. And they're also problematic. You mentioned the mobile phone, the cell phone industry. The mining for the minerals that go into those phones is incredibly dangerous. There's a major human rights concerns in that space as well. So it really is about how could we, as various communities who care about this, how can we start to make this paradigm shift into valuing slowing down and valuing what we already have? And as a colleague of mine put it this week, like, how can we, instead of aspiring for the new, how can we be thrilled with what we have? How can we create this community and this culture where we're just, what we want is what we have already, and we're content with that? And it's a huge issue because it is the culture, that the capitalist culture that has been around for more than a century now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Lake, I feel the same way as what everyone's sharing. I'm with you, Robert. Phones are made to break nowadays. Clothes, I mean, after 4 washes, they're falling apart. It's just really heartbreaking. I do have a lot of hope, though, in kind of the next generation to solve this problem. But I think these kind of conversations are important for all of us to realize, even in small ways, we have an obligation to this. And it's not going to be me that solves this problem, right? But I see a lot of the youth on here and a lot of the people that are in our programs have this type of fervor for these problems. So on a small scale, like, it's a ripple effect, right? When you were talking a little bit earlier about how to recycle or where to thrift, I feel like a lot of us, and I consider myself one of these people, feeling really good about going to a thrift store or donating my things to some place where I think they're going to go. Then I see these images and I'm like, I'm sure I contributed to those piles in Ghana and whatnot, So on the macro scale, I'm looking at all you youth, and I have a lot of hope and faith in the future because of all of you. And I hope we're all around for it to see all of those changes. But at least in the small ripple effects that we all can affect, Dr. Lake, like, how do we know, where to donate things or recycle things or purchase from, and just kind of making those more cognizant choices.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much, Larissa. I would absolutely second your enthusiasm and excitement for the generations that are coming up. That really the students at the university now are coming and challenging the professors and coming already with these notions of, well, of course we have to design differently. Of course we have to. So I also, I am enthused by that, but I also feel such responsibility to foster that and not not be part of the thing that is slowing them down. And so yes. So anyway, I do share your enthusiasm for the younger generation. I also don't want them to feel the pressure so much. Like, I want them to know that there are people older than them who do also care and really want to change things. On the kind of more personal micro level, I feel you. I know that I mean, I'm sure some of my clothes are in those landfills as well. So it sort of, again, it always depends at kind of what life stage you're at. But I really think clothes swaps are fantastic. I don't know if you've ever participated in a clothes swap. So whether it's a small scale or a large scale, I think the larger ones are the best ones because, you know, you get 100 people together and everybody brings up to 5 items and you really do feel like you are shopping for something new and you're feeling fairly confident your clothes are being rehomed. Of course, not everything gets swapped, but it's a real opportunity for people to overcome those challenges of like online shopping could be difficult for secondhand things in particular. You know, like thread. I love ThredUp. I think ThredUp is what it's called. Yeah, thanks. They used to sell here and they've stopped shipping to Australia, which is fair enough. But sometimes there's those barriers when you're buying secondhand online. So clothes swaps can help with that. Otherwise, it's really about talking with your local charity shop that you would normally donate to and find out what is it that they're doing with their donations and what do they need and what do they not need. My life has dramatically changed since having kids, as so many people would understand. I felt like I was living like a very eco-friendly life, and then I had kids, and it just kind of changed again because they really are growing. I mean, they grow all the time, the amount of clothes that I'm having to deal with. But then it's about tapping into those local communities of, you know, other families where you can swap or buy and sell clothes on those marketplaces. And I'll have to look at if there's a particular company in the US that is responsibly recycling clothes. There's a couple here that you can send them to and they responsibly recycle them. So whether that's putting them back into the circular economy, into insulation and floorboards, but I'll look into that for you and send around resources.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Dr. Lake.
Thanks.
I'm not certain if I'm next. It says number 2 next to my hand. So I'm going to go.
You are. You are.
Okay.
You're
Thank you, Jill. Thank you. All right. So I have kind of a comment or an observation that you might want to feedback on, and then a set question. But some of the methods that we reuse clothing can actually harm the environment more. Like I do wonder, I have a dress that I love. I have several dresses that I love that I've re-dyed over and over, you know, every 2 years or something. And you do wonder, okay, is that dye actually harming, similar to like laundry soap, et cetera, et cetera. My kids even ask me, hey, can you dye this for me if you're doing a red or something? Throw it in with, you know, that's wonderful because then you're doing 2 items instead of just one, yada, yada. But even like, you know, if you could disassemble and remake it into something else, things like that, that's wonderful. But then you're using more energy if you're not going to use that item a lot, you know, so give it away instead of do that. I do realize though, and you'll probably see in my background, there's some dresses hanging there. We have a wedding coming up, right? And so I'm getting these dresses and stuff, and I realize this one here is not going to work for me. It's too wide. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have my daughter try it on first, because I was reading an article where when you now return stuff, they just box it up in a some warehouse. They start now just giving it, and then they sell it to companies or people who will kind of auction it, you know, buy it on a type of auction and then try and sell those goods. And so you're literally just feeding this whole shipping line over and over and over again. And the item doesn't actually make it anywhere possibly, except for those landfills you were talking about. So just kind of you know, like be aware, people, that when you're buying these clothes, returning them, you know, this free return thing is not as wonderful for the environment as we think it is. It's being picked up and taken back. So, you know, kind of make that really good decision that you do want that item, or that you know someone that, you know, that could take it off your hands, instead of it ending up being junked because it just never got sold. And then my question is, have you found some countries where they make very good sustainable clothing, environmentally safe, but they're being outsold because of all the cheap clothing out there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Thank you so much, Leanne. And yes, it is. Those online returns are really problematic. So many. We all got very, very comfortable buying things online during the pandemic, and the returns are an incredible disaster. So yes, there's been so many examples of beautiful sustainable fashion brands that have not survived because they are in this, they are trying to compete in this world. During my research, I probably interviewed about 10 sustainable fashion designers. Just look, oh, no, they weren't all local. There were 3 in the US and then the rest were here. And I just saw that comment. And I would say 2 of the 10 are still in business. And that's, you know, fashion is a tough business anyway. So starting a new fashion brand, I think you're at 50% chance you're going to survive anyway. But when you then are creating it with quality fibers and you're paying a living wage, and so your prices are naturally that little bit higher, you've got to work with your customers a lot more, build your customer base in a different way, and it's extremely hard to compete. And then what's also happening is if you're a smaller brand, it can be very hard to get into your preferred workshop or factory, garment factory, because you've got a small order. So it's not only the price on the kind of consumer end of things, but it's really at that production center as well. If you don't have a large enough minimum, the factory might say, oh, we're not interested in taking your order because we've got this other order for 1 million units coming in here. So it is a real challenge for the small pioneers. And so if you do ever come across a sustainable fashion entrepreneur, if you do happen to like their clothes, it's great to support them.
Hi,
Julia had something to say.
Yeah,
Julia?
so first I had a question about will we be getting your email so that you can send us, especially for Gabriella, she asked for the list of brands. I would love to also get that. If there's a way that like maybe Larissa could send.
Yeah, I'll send it to Jill and she can make sure it gets distributed.
Yeah, we will. In fact, Ponty will be the one sending it out, and we'll get that out to you. Absolutely.
Okay, great.
And there's a question in the chat, and I don't know if that question was directed for you, but how does Rent the Runaway rank? We'll be interested.
Sorry, I just wanted to check. Julia, did you have another question, or was it just that question?
Oh yeah, I had another question about.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, thank you for correcting that.
Sorry about that.
No,
so
no worries.
Thank you. Besides changing our like what we buy as consumers, is there something else that normal citizens like us can do to push forward with making like more sustainable clothing more available or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody lives in New York. If you do, there's a new law that's being proposed called the Fashion Act, and that would have a huge flow-on effect. I think it's the Fashion Act or the Fabric Act, one or the other. And that will have a huge flow-on effect for all brands because it will make laws about clothing that is sold in New York. And as you can imagine, many, many brands from all over the world are sold in New York. All right, there you go, Robert. Hopefully you can vote on this one soon. I know they're kind of going through all the regular channels of creating a bill, etc. But it would require a full sustainability impact strategy and the plan for getting to kind of a carbon neutral status by 2050, basically in alignment with the Paris Accord targets from the UN, from the IPCC. So there's some interesting, thank you, Nat, the Fabric Act. So that's a really important one. And, you know, in California, they already have implemented some transparency acts, which are also changing the landscape. And the US also has new regulation that came into effect preventing any goods that have gone through the Uyghur region of northern China due to human rights concerns coming in. And that's dramatically changing the way that people are the way that fashion businesses are sourcing their clothing. So I really feel like it's the time to get political. And if you happen to, I don't think it has to be state by state basis, but I would recommend looking into looking at Fashion Revolution, which is a worldwide campaign group. I bet Nat can help me put that link in there too. Thanks, Nat. Anyway, if you follow Fashion Revolution, they would put you in touch. You know, there's different chapters for different countries about what kind of political involvement you can get into if you want to encourage more regulation, because I really do wholeheartedly believe we need some regulation to force the fashion industry to change. It's the only thing that's caused any move so far. Thanks for your question. And then Rent the Runway. It's interesting you ask about that. I have done some research on the rental markets, and Rent the Runway is any rental company, whether it's Rent the Runway or another. They are wonderful if you are renting an item for an event, like a formal event or formal wear, or something that you really and truly would only have worn once. It's really the best option in terms of sustainability, even accounting for the thank you everyone for putting those in the chat, for putting in, even if you, after accounting for the cleaning and the transportation costs, it still kind of works out assessment wise. Whereas if you're renting more like casual wear or work wear, it's not, the environmental picture isn't as clear. So it's more about using it for those kind of special occasions where you would have maybe bought something for one use and hope you might wear it again, but you know you probably won't. Yeah, so it's an interesting space. There's some peer-to-peer rental systems being created, and those can be even better if you're renting within your own kind of city or state. But it really depends on where you live. If there's like a large enough mass of people to have a healthy kind of rental and swapping community. So, thanks.
There's another question in the chat from Patricia. Patricia, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, I do. I have can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I do have a youth group, and our high school is made up of a very underclass people and very upper class people, and clothing is a huge deal, especially among women or girls.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've thought at all about that, or how. I'm just thinking I would love to give this presentation to my Red Cross Club, and I'm not sure how to do that or when to do it, or I don't know. I would just love to have some ideas about that.
I can help you with that. We can send the recording to you, and
Fabulous.
then you could do the recording, or you could connect with Lisa at another time and see if she'd be willing to speak to your club. Yeah,
that would be great. And also, my dream is that designers would create things that you could wear in 10 different ways.
Yes.
So I think that would work.
Yeah. Yes. I love that. I have a dress called I don't know what it's called, but it is one of those dresses that you could wear like 7 different ways. And I probably only wear it 3 different ways, but I wear it at least once a week to work. So, okay. But thank you for your question. And it is it is a challenging topic when I can imagine that, working in schools with a variety of socioeconomic backgrounds, it is a very challenging space. And it's, again, just so much need for this kind of paradigm shift about how can we all embrace not a desire for something new, but for something beautiful and what we have already. And, yeah.
Yes, and thank you so much for being here. It's been great.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Any other questions before I ask a question? Does anybody else have any other questions they wanted to ask Lisa? or comments about what she said? I can think of a couple of questions I have for you. One's a very specific one, but the other one is what I think people don't realize, and I wanted your comment on this, is that, for instance, we have not just Red Crossers, but so many people in the United States have a big heart. And when they see a huge flood or a forced migration overseas, they want to do something and they can't fly over there, but they can try to donate money, or they then try to donate clothing, which gets sent overseas. Sometimes there aren't people enough to sort them out because they're mounds of clothing. Sometimes it's because they're used or they're contaminated and the trip over. And what people don't realize, these very well-intentioned people around the world that want to give to the most vulnerable during a disaster or during an armed conflict or during forced migration, is that when they're sending that clothing, much of the clothing doesn't get to the people, and it gets in mounds and put into landfills, or just wasted, or burnt, which is even worse, not in a landfill, because it also affects the environment around it. And I'd love your comment on that. And then I have one other question after that.
Okay. Thank you, Jill. Yes, I am familiar with that happening. It happens even on a local scale here. It happens. And just last week there was another article in the paper about donations being sent to Indigenous communities in rural and regional Australia. But what the problem is that it's clothes that they would never wear. It's things that, again, aren't appropriate for their lifestyle or don't fit. And I'm sure that would be similar in sending to any disaster zone. So I guess my comment and suggestion for people who do feel compelled to give after a disaster would be to reach out to, whether it's the Red Cross or the other organizations on the ground, to find out what they actually need. And if it's money, send whatever they can afford to send. And if it's goods, only send what that group is specifically asking for. Because they are certainly dealing with enough. They shouldn't have to deal with the waste that is inadvertently caused by generosity.
And this is really a cuckoo question. And it probably has a lot to do with my ignorance. I'm also ancient in the 70s. And one of the things I remember growing up with was linen, silk, and 100% cotton. Those were the only things that I knew were pure, that didn't have any synthetics in them. And then velvet came in, but then there was velvet, which is made out of, I don't know, it's not velvet. And then there's 100% velvet. So I have a crazy question. Is 100% velvet is it synthetic or not? And the other one is Tencel, which used to came out as a wonderful sustainable. Is Tencel really sustainable?
Great questions. Velvet, to the best of my knowledge, is synthetic, so feels lovely, but not natural. And Tencel is quite sustainable. It's made from trees, so it's a cellulose-based fiber. You want to make sure that it's Tencel. Let me get this right. That it's Tencel name brand, because that means it's been put through a closed loop system where they're reusing the chemicals again. There are chemicals used in the production process, but they're used in a closed loop system. Yeah, Lenzig, Tencel by Lenzig is the one that to go for.
And TENSEL? Is that the TENSEL one?
Yeah, it is.
So I have to ask that in particular. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I was going to say it's a similar process to some bamboo fibers, which can be problematic because the chemicals used in that aren't always recaptured and recycled. But Tencel has gone through a kind of process where they've demonstrated their ability, and they're not deforesting anywhere, so it's in a fairly well managed process. It feels very soft.
Thank you very much. And then Patricia has her, I don't know if you forgot to take your hand down or not.
I think it's a new hand up. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
a
I
new
forgot
hand
to
up.
take my
Patricia?
hand down. I forgot to
Oh, you
take it down.
forgot.
Oh,
Okay.
you forgot? Okay.
I saw a question on the chat about marketplaces like eBay, Depop, Poshmark. I have complicated feelings about those marketplaces. In theory, I think they're great because if it means we can keep things in circulation longer, then it's wonderful. However, yeah, Depop and Poshmark are quite similar to like a lot of physical secondhand markets that I've been to, where you can see that it's just the result of somebody's recent fast fashion haul, that maybe they wore the things like once or twice and now they're trying to make their money back. So for me, with those sites, it's more about, can you find not a fast fashion brand, but a quality brand that you're buying instead, so that you know at least what you're buying is going to last you as well, and it's not necessarily fueling more of the kind of hyper consumption of fast fashion. But it's a very challenging space for sure.
Anybody else have any questions? Does anybody, I just thought I saw something in the chat. I just wanted to reiterate that Red Cross does not accept clothing donations. They only accept money. And upon occasion, sometimes if somebody donated a car or donated a particular item, that's something that's uh, you know, like let's say a pallet of aluminum cans of water, they might accept that. You know, it's like we don't, clothing is not the textile is not the thing that we accept, primarily because we can't sort it out, but also I think for the reason of sustainability. Miranda, there's another question. Miranda, do you want to ask a question?
Hi. Yeah, so I have not a question, but a comment on your presentation as a whole. I just wanted to say, as a teenager, I really appreciate you doing a presentation on sustainable clothing like this, because I'm a military kid, so I've lived around the world, and I've experienced lots of different fashion and shopping markets, but particularly like on base clothing is not the best because so it's really nice to know that there's some sustainable options out there to look for.
Oh, thank you so much for chiming in and for attending today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I'll make sure to send those brands around so that you know what to buy. Yeah.
And then Leanne has another question.
So, Lisa, I want to also repeat what everyone has said. Wonderful presentation. And I do believe teenagers would be able to really follow this presentation if Jill sent it to teachers and stuff. But I wanted to piggyback off of something Jill said in terms of sending clothes as a donation. When my daughters were working in mission work, medical missions and living missions in Lebanon for the Syrians, they kept saying, people kept trying to send them clothes, and they said, first of all, they just sit in a crate. We have to pay huge tariffs to get them out of, customs, et cetera, et cetera. We can't afford that. But also, when you send money, you're helping the local economy, because you're buying the clothes from the local economy so they can get what they need. It's not wasted, and you're helping support a place that just had a disaster of some type.
Oh, good.
And then this question, what's a good book in the chat? What's a good book or site that you can share to learn about fabric and textiles, etc.? I'm assuming you'll send that in the follow-up email.
Yeah,
but they want to know what's a good book or site.
I'm typing like the Bible one right now, Sustainable Fashion and Textiles by Kate Fletcher. This is like still my go-to. Oh, Fletcher, I spelled that wrong.
Okay, and then there's hi from Alaska, Andrea. We have somebody from Alaska, and then
cool.
Theory has a question. Liri Mata, do you want to, or Leanne? I'm sorry. Leanne, is that you again? Yes, apologize.
I never took my hand down.
Oh, you did. It's still up. Let me see if I can get it down for you. I lowered your hand. Okay. And what the last thing in the chat? Somebody wants to know what part of Alaska. Okay. Let's see. Yes, you. I think Lisa, you just put Sustainable Fashion and Textiles by Kate Bethcott.
Fletcher. No, I spelled it wrong. Fletcher.
No worries. I'm terrible with names. Worse with acronyms. Anything else that anybody wanted to share about anything that they had any questions about or comments to Lisa? I just want to thank you so much today, because it's exactly what I wanted you to talk about, and I wanted people to become aware, if they weren't already. I mean, that wonderful photo that you showed about LinkedIn was what drew me into it to begin with, and listening to the story and then hearing your story about Tanzania and what you're doing in Australia. You're the vanguard basically, because there's so few places in the world where people are really willing to look at how are you going to design something that's sustainable? How are you going to use dyes that are not going to kill off the environment, or send toxic chemicals into water waste? So, I mean, thank you for being so wonderful today and spending the time. Tell them what time it is for you in Australia.
Oh, well, it's now 8 a.m., 10 a.m.
So you came on at 5.
I came on at 6:45. So
OMG. And I just want you to know, I don't know
my
if you
pleasure.
have a chance to look, I don't know if you have a chance to look at it, but there are so many thank yous. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me.
In
the someone else from Salt Lake. Oh,
isn't that wild? I know.
Yeah,
Somebody from Utah.
Love it.
They'll take it
So
back
good.
to you for you. How long
Yes.
since you were in Utah?
Me? Almost 20 years, actually. Well, since I lived there, but I haven't been back for a visit for almost 5. Oh my God.
Wow.
The pandemic really threw things off. We couldn't leave Australia for like 2 years. We were closed and had to just stay put. And again, now I have 2 kids, so the flights are getting expensive.
They're getting tighter. Right.
Yeah, things are tighter, but I think next year I'll make the visit. Be good.
I just want to thank you again. And
my pleasure. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the work that you all do. It's really, it's people like you who are also changing the world, and it's a real honor to speak with you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you again, Lisa. Have a great day.
Thanks so much. Yep. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Have a safe weekend, and thank you all for participating in this from wherever you're calling in from. Bye.
Bye.
I'll stay on for anybody who wants to ask any further questions.
Jill, it's Robert from New York.
Yeah.
Hey,
Robert.
I know I was supposed to follow up with you on that training, but I had somebody on the East
Which
Coast.
training? I can't
That
even
was for
remember which.
you were going to contact me about the intermediate instructor training for IHL.
Oh, yeah, I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, and I'm already studying up on the slides, and probably early next week I'll do the teach back with Christian.
Super.
But we're trying to. I've been given the whole ball of wax, so to speak, and I'm looking to your example as to how we can include not just the regular standard programming that they have, but the guest speakers. So you're going to be my muse, so to speak.
The go-to person. The best way to get speakers is to, if you have a CEO that you get along with, and you have a regional person who's the lead for your region, or a division person, let them know that you want to start a discussion group and ask them for a time when it doesn't compete with other meetings. And then set it up on a regular time, never change the time if you can help it. And have it set on a day where it's easily accessible to people, where it's both easily accessible for East and West Coast.
Understood.
And then it just grows. I mean, I started with 12 people in person. It went to 18 in person, and then COVID hit. And I had to be innovative. And so I did it virtually. And now I have 110. I think 120 was the most I've ever had on the call. Usually it's between 60 and 80.
Yeah, Greg over here is giving me a lot
Pardon?
of support, and the people in DC as well. And you, of course, have always been there for
Oh
answering
no,
questions.
anytime you need help from me, just let me know. I'm glad to help. I'm glad to support. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to create a discussion group, especially if you have a regional CEO who likes making things people aware of things, especially
Oh,
having to do with international humanitarian law, because it's mandated by us to
right.
educate people.
Well, of course, and it's New York City, so we all like to think we're the center of the world over here, you know?
Well, I have to tell you, you're not the center of the world. You have to compete with the land of fruits and nuts here in California.
No, we know that. We know that. We just we like to think we're at the tip top of everything. So, but
Well,
I
of course, and
appreciate
we
you.
do too.
I hear you. Well, I appreciate your time this evening, and it's another great presentation, and I
Oh,
look
I'm
forward to
glad
your
you liked
next one.
it. Yeah, Vicente, by the way, Robert, Vicente
Yeah,
Armando,
sure. Oh, yeah,
he is going to
absolutely.
be speaking about his journey next
Oh,
month. And after that, we're going to have a wonderful a woman, we hope, Roop Singh, Singh, who works with the Global Climate Center, and she's going to talk about heat.
oh,
So
that's
it
great.
should be interesting. And then after that, we hope to have Janelle, who works on the boats in the Mediterranean, worked with the boats in the Mediterranean, helping the refugees who are coming across. Yeah.
Well, I look forward to it. So I appreciate your time. And like I
Anytime.
said, okay, ma'am, you have a good evening.
You too, Robert. Take care. Bye
Right,
bye.
bye.
Does anybody else have any questions, Megan or A or Nikita? Do you have any questions of me before I get off the phone? Okay, Nikita, AA, and Megan, I'm going to get off the phone if you're not on there and didn't have a question for me. You can unmute yourself, or otherwise I'll assume you're not on the call anymore.